You don't have to look too far to see of Washington's failures. It's endless money and nothing but increased costs for hardworking families. I grew up, ran a small business, and wait tables to pay the bills. I fight for people. It's why I refuse corporate cash, and I won't trade any stocks in Congress. We need more working class folks to represent us in DC that'll stand up to special interests. I'm Rebecca Cook, and I approve this message.
Fine. 550 it is. But I just want you to know that this is wrong, Tony. And it wasn't so long ago. Hello? Tony? Tony?
money that actually annoys you?
I would have to say waiting for your paycheck. Like, I already did the work. Why I gotta wait for my money?
No, literally. Why does it take days to hit your account?
No, exactly. It's money that's already been earned.
So, what's the alternative?
Chime. You can get up to $500 of your pay with my pay.
Okay, I'm into it. That actually tracks.
And you know what's crazy? It's also fee-free banking too.
So with Chime, you're not just sitting around waiting for your own money. And you get fee-free banking too?
Yup, exactly. Get in control of your paycheck. Don't bank the old way. Switch to Chime today in minutes.
The Nest Learning Thermostat with the Nest Temperature Sensor helps keep every room cozy and comfortable. Nest has you and your whole house covered.
That's why the people you call terrorists call themselves freedom fighters. The fundamentalists think they're right, the capitalists think they're right, the communists think they're right. And no one will ever convince anyone of anything.
Oh, wait. You don't want that smoke.
To the town of our free rode a stranger one fine day. Hardly spoke to folks around him, didn't have too much to say. No one dared to ask his business, no one dared to make a slip. The stranger there among them had a big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. It was early in the morning when he rode into the town. He came riding from the south side, slowly looking all around. He's an outlaw loose and running, came the whisper from each lip. And he's here to do some business with the big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. In this town there lived an outlaw by the name of Texas Red. Many men had tried to take him, and that many men were dead. He was vicious and a killer, though the youth of 24, and the notches on his pistol numbered 1 in 19 more. 1 in 19 more. Now the stranger started talking, made it plain to folks around. Was an Arizona Ranger, wouldn't be too long in town. He came here to take an outlaw back alive or maybe dead. And he said it didn't matter, he was after Texas Red. After Texas Red. Wasn't long before the story was relayed to Texas Red. But the outlaw didn't worry, men that tried before were dead. 20 men had tried to take him, 20 men had made a slip. 21 would be the ranger with the big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. The morning passed so quickly, it was time for them to meet. It was 20 past 11 when they walked out in the street. Folks were watching from the windows, everybody held their breath. They knew this handsome ranger was about to meet his death, about to meet his death. There was 40 feet between them when they stopped to make their play. And the swiftness of the ranger is still talked about today. Texas Red is not clear leather for a bullet fairly ripped. And the ranger's aim was deadly with the big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. It was over in a moment and the folks had gathered round. Oh, he might have won on 11, but he made one fatal slip when he tried to match the ranger with the big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. Big iron, big iron. When he tried to match the ranger with the big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip.
Dear Ms. Conley, since the start of the school year, Ryan has really been struggling. He's isolating himself. He is not trying.
We saw it in Chicago, we saw it in Minneapolis, we
That
saw it in Los
letter was so
Angeles,
long
and we
ago.
see it really everywhere there's an attention
After
facility or
switching
anywhere
to
that there
Connections
is
Academy,
an
he's back to
operation.
being
Do
Ryan.
you think to this point about
This
these left-wing
confidence,
crazies who feel
this
intimidated,
ambition,
many
this
times by their
joy,
own lawmakers,
I'm so
do you
happy
think
to
if
have
they
my son back.
see a change in policy after their behavior, do you think that 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 encourages them to continue that behavior. Like Delaney Hall, for example, they were saying it was about the food, right? You went and you said the food's great.
Were you recently
right?
injured
But then
in a
there
car
was perhaps a
accident?
shift in,
Look at this
correct me if I'm
check
wrong,
for
but, okay, we're gonna let the pregnant mothers out
$160,000.
then.
If you're looking to
Does
get money
that
you
kind
owe
of
for an
change or
injury,
shift, which I think
I
is
want you to
well-intentioned,
imagine you and your
does that
family getting
let
that
the
money
left know that
because
what they're
I know a
doing
way
is
that you
effective?
can. Now, before you think I'm crazy,
Look,
I want to show
we're
you
not
how you
going
can get the
anywhere.
money that you're owed
I
in
really
the
mean that.
next
I mean, I
30
think the right thing
days.
to do is,
Now,
we
if you've
have
thought about hiring an
70,000
attorney
people in
before,
detention.
but
It's
you
our
didn't because you were
responsibility to
unsure or had reservations, it's not your fault. You were probably given no guidance and couldn't get a straight answer out of anyone about how much money you were actually entitled to. I want you to capitalize on a limited opportunity that can have you cashing out a massive check in the next 30 days. This opportunity won't last long, and it's perfect for anyone who's been in a car accident in the last 2 years and has not yet found a good attorney to help out. Do you still think it's impossible? I'm willing to guarantee that by clicking on the link below and filling out the 30-second quiz, you'll get a free case evaluation
Ninja.
from a 5-star rated local attorney in your area. Think it's too good to be true? Let me tell you about our client, Stephen. Now, when Stephen first came to us, he was really unsure if his case was going to be worth anything. He was facing a lot of uncertainties in his life, and he didn't know if he was going to get paid for his injury at all. Turns out, after filing a claim with us, he was able to take over $100,000 home in settlement money from an accident that was over a year ago. It's possible, no matter what you thought in the past, you can get the money you're owed and probably a lot more than you were expecting. Simply click the button below and answer the questions about your case. And if you qualify, an attorney from our team will reach out with a game plan same day and for free. The fact that you have been through this pain means that you deserve to be compensated. Together, we're going to hold the parties responsible and get you the money that you're owed. You deserve more, and we're going to get you more. So, what I want you to do
How
is
long
click
is this
the link
commercial?
below.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is all there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, blowing like the breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home, country roads. All my memories gather round her, miner's lady, stranger to the water, dark and dusty, painted on the sky. Misty taste the moonshine, teardrops in my eye. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads. I hear a voice in the morning now. She calls me. The radio
just like that, this buffalo's fate is sealed. It's seemingly a normal day for the buffalo. A predator attacks, and somehow it barely escaping with nothing more than a small wound. But the Komodo dragon isn't a fighter, it's a silent executioner. All it needs is a little scratch, his toxic cocktail, and bacteria in saliva starts working immediately. Unlike a snake's venom, this toxin doesn't act fast. That's why the victim can still run away, seemingly safe. But over the next few days, the venom begins its work, preventing blood clotting, causing massive blood loss. Gradually, weakness sets in. When the animal can no longer walk, let alone defend itself, it realizes something terrifying. The Komodo dragon never left. With an extraordinary sense of smell, it can track its victims from miles away, patiently following and waiting until the moment the victim finally collapses.
Trying to kill me. Their betrayal demands consequence.
It's easier to accept a story than believe that the people around you are monsters.
This is your moment to shine.
Repeat. For the acute treatment of migraine with or without aura in adults, Nurtec ODT can provide relief in 2 hours, which can last up to 2 days. Don't take it allergic to Nurtec ODT. Allergic reactions can occur even days after use. Get help right away for trouble breathing, rash, swelling of face, mouth, tongue, or throat. Blood pressure and Raynaud's syndrome can occur. Get help for high blood pressure, numbness, coolness, pain, or color changes in fingers and toes. Common side effect is nausea. Ask your doctor about Nurtec ODT.
What is Nurtec ODT, rimegepant? Nurtec ODT orally disintegrating tablets is a prescription medicine that is used to treat migraine in adults. It is for the acute treatment of migraine attacks with or without aura and the preventive treatment of episodic migraine. It is not known if Nurtec ODT is safe and effective in children. Important safety information. Do not take Nurtec ODT if you are allergic to it or any of its ingredients. Before you take Nurtec ODT, tell your healthcare provider about all your medical conditions, including you have blood pressure, have circulation problems in your fingers and toes, have liver or kidney problems, are pregnant or plan to be pregnant, are breastfeeding or plan to breastfeed. Tell your healthcare provider about all the medicines you take, including prescription and over-the-counter medicines, vitamins, and herbal supplements. Nurtec ODT may cause serious side effects, including allergic reactions, including trouble breathing and rash. This can happen days after you take Nurtec ODT. Call your healthcare provider or get emergency help right away if you have swelling of the face, mouth, tongue, or throat.
Always commercial.
Today, we're making the GPT 5.6 series of models generally available. Across the family, GPT 5.6 delivers more intelligence per token and is better at staying on track, even with ambiguous prompts. Let's take a look at what it can do. I used GPT 5.6 in Codex to build a brand new card game from a short, intentionally open-ended prompt, something I'd actually want to play. The model designed the core game mechanics, generated the artwork, and shipped a working first version. But I had an idea for an even better version, so I asked it to keep going, add levels, enhance the game mechanics, customize the artwork, and create a soundtrack. I love how thorough the model is. I didn't have to worry about designing every screen, defining every interaction, or managing a stack of tickets. What I found really cool with GPT 5.6 is programmatic tool calling. When building the game, the model was able to call tools from a sandbox and avoid a lot of back and forth between the tool output and the context window. This saved me a ton of time and tokens. Another thing that makes the model so persistent are new reasoning levels above extra high that give GPT 5.6 even more thinking power. If you're using the model in Codex, GPT 5.6 is better at delegating work to sub-agents. Previous models could have access to that capability, but GPT 5.6 is trained to decide for itself when delegation is useful. With our game, the model uses sub-agents to break the work up and finish it in parallel, like art and sound design. If you're using GPT 5.6 in the API, we have a flagship model for ambitious agentic work, a more balanced model, and our fast, affordable model for everyday tasks. This game is just one of many projects I built with GPT 5.6, and I can't wait to see what you make. Happy building.
New Yorkers have a special way of communicating. And by special, I mean direct. We're packed in tight and stacked on top of each other like those of us who live at the Arconia.
Bad boy!
Soldier man, I give you no break.
voted for fences. They voted for all of these things. What do you say to the people who you have interacted with over the course of your career who have shifted completely in the opposite direction on this, where they are totally revolting to the radicals on their left flank, where they are refusing to even suggest that having a border is a good thing for America?
Tell your fight. Suck it to me, baby, one more time.
Suggest that having a border is a good thing for America.
To the wall, to the sweat drop down my balls. All these punches raw. Oh, ski, ski, motherfucker. Oh, ski, ski, goddamn. Oh, ski, ski, motherfucker. Oh, ski, ski, goddamn. Shorty crumb, so fresh, so clean. She can put that pushing in her ass and me in the mind. She's found and came to the compound. And found, can I play with your penny line? The club owner said I need to calm down. Security guard goes with me now. Fucking crooked than the motherfucker friend me now. 369. Damn, you're fine. Suck it to me, baby, one more time. To the window, to the wall, to the sweat drops down my balls. All these bitches crawl. She coming up in the cover, makes you work it. And I like to see the female twerking, taking out the clothes, fucking naked. TTL, hold on, disrespecting. Puppy, your pussy like this, cuz Ding Yang twins in the apples. Little John and the east side was me. Now we see them dancing titties. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Now stop. Wiggle it is, stop. Wiggle it is, stop. Wiggle it is. 369. Damn, you're fine. Suck it to me, baby, one more time. To the window, to the wall, to the sweat drop down my balls. All these bitches crawl. Oh, ski, motherfucker. Oh, ski, goddamn. Oh, ski, motherfucker. Oh, ski, goddamn.
Open up the champagne, pop. It's my house, come on, turn it up. Hear a knock on the door and the night begins. Cause we've done this before, so you come on in. Make yourself at my home, tell me where you been. Pour yourself something cold, baby, cheers to this. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we get. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby.
something about money that actually annoys you?
I would have to say, waiting for your paycheck. Like, I already did the work. Why I gotta wait for my money?
No, literally. Why does it take days to hit your account?
No, exactly. It's money that's already been earned.
So, what's the alternative?
Chime. You get up to $500 of your pay with my pay.
Okay, I'm into it. That actually tracks.
And you know what's crazy? It's also fee-free banking too.
So with Chime, you're not just sitting around waiting for your own money. And you get fee-free banking too?
Yup, exactly. Get in control of your paycheck. Don't bank the old way. Switch to Chime today in minutes.
Well, I won't back down. No, I won't back down. You can stand me up at the gates of hell, but I won't back down. Gonna stand my ground, won't be turned around. And I'll keep this world from dragging me down. Gonna stand my ground, and I won't back down. Hey, baby, there ain't no easy way out. Hey, I will stand my ground, and I won't back down. Well, I know what's right. I got just one life. In a world that keeps on pushing me around, but I stand my ground, and I won't back down. Hey, baby, there ain't no easy way out. Hey, I will stand my ground, and I won't back down. No, I won't back down. Well, I can tolerate most anyone. You see, as long as they are kind and they are nice to me, they are cruel and of hate, then I can play their game too, and then they'll be hell to pay, hell to pay, hell
Hell to pay. Hell to pay. Hell to pay. Hell to
$800, find it at BioLife. Up to $800 is waiting for you. Just donate plasma, get paid for each donation the same day, and treat your friends. Schedule your appointment today. I just crave you. Keep your eyes closed when I get on top of you. I can save you even if I wanted to. Gotta let loose. Who knows what I might do? When I unravel who I am, one day you can understand. When I start turning time on my hands, it's a twisted of sorrow, dark romance. I'm a monster, baby, I'm a monster.
Okay, riding a bike. Is this thing still up? Oh, it is. Good. I think I've got to chop this up. Tenderloin. fight, fight. Okay, we're going on the biking trail. So we can finally break even, please. $25 worth of pass. $25 worth of pass. $25 worth of daily passes. Okay, Google, shut off the lights.
Workout resumed.
time is it? Oh no. What time is it? What time is it? It's like 6:54 a.m. for me. So what is it? 1 or something? 1:54 over there? PM? Like time. Damn right. Anytime fitness. I gotta get a membership for this place. Hello, Mitch McConnell's mom. Mitch Goober Boober. Hello, Mark Imberton's mama. Sure gets his grilled cheesy. She bought you donuts? That sack of shit. She should have bought you some celery and some protein powder. Yeah, those honey mustards, they got totally different calorie counts. You gotta watch out. I picked out two and they're totally different. One's got like 20 calories for 2 tablespoons and the other's got 120 for 2 tablespoons. Oh yeah, it's really nice. A little bit nippy to be honest, but I'm getting used to it now. But when I first got it, I was like, ooh, a little chilly. Yeah, it's really nice. 62 here right now. Rather have this than that freaking disgusting almost 102 degrees. Yes. Yes. Guacamole. Get into the woods. Where's that tractor?
Lap 1, 31 minutes 59 seconds. Lap speed 9.4. Total 5 miles. Heart rate 110.
Home sizzle. How you doing, player? Hopefully they let you go outside a little bit. had a bicycle before you. I haven't seen no proof bicycle. What, are you jealous that they gave me a bicycle? Better than Dab's. I did. I was like, I can't be as lazy as Shizzle. Come on, let's be a hypocrite if I'm not biking every day. Like, got a point. They gave me a bicycle. How is a man let's call another man a fat sack of shit if he's just sitting there doing nothing? So I had to ask for a bicycle. I went all in. No. I had to go up to the old guy. I think you know who I'm talking about. The old guy. Yeah, that was a good plan. Good idea. Gets me outside. Who he's talking to? That Shizzle. He's got like some kind of schizophrenia caused by his dad's. Right, Mark? He comes in here once in a while. I'll give him that. He likes to show up once in a while. He doesn't talk much. Chat. Your boy. But I could do both. Oh, there goes a deer. Oh, damn. Well, I don't get knocked over. You don't want to silent. Okay. That's cool. Like, that would hurt like hell. They weigh like 150 50 pounds. A lot more muscle than a human being, I'm guessing. It would be a nice tackle. They're shaped like a barrel. Yep. Well, I'm just trying to increase his living standards, you know. It must not be healthy to get yelled at by some young lady for being too loud. Sorry, I was just excited. No, I was happy. I got yelled at by some person. I'm guessing his niece or something. Hopefully it's not like a group home member and be like, "You're too loud, dog." He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, stop me." That's wild. He's got to be a good boy for some reason. I would have yelled back, "Shut up, bitch." What? Tell her to get off her fat ass. I won't be so bored. People that are bored are lazy. So I bet when you're sitting in your room doing nothing, yeah, so that'd be boring. The whole point of the stream is good. Adorable. We're about to disconnect. We're too far in the woods. She must not be that good of a mom if she's got somebody like Mark Dimmerton as a son. She could be a good person, most likely not. She's definitely not a good teacher, and she's really lazy. She's made of marketing. You'd have to physically lift him up and stick him outside. Actually, he'd probably listen in real life, to be honest, or in person. I don't think Mark Dimmerton
Workout
do
paused.
so well. I was in his face, telling him to get outside. And physically, he's kind of a weak link, so if he tried anything, I'd just force my will upon him. guys see that? What is that? Now let's dip. Actually, I wonder if you can use stink bombs to mask the smell of the body. So then you can actually stop bugs from getting at you. I wonder if that's a possibility. Because they check for the smell of the human body, you know, the hormones and whatever, supposedly. So I wonder if you use sulfur.
Workout resumed.
If that would actually make them dizzy. Or make them just confused. Yeah, like ammonia. Yeah. I wonder if the sulfur, if it's so concentrated in the area, I wonder if they get confused and I can't find a human body. Excuse me. You don't even know what I'm talking about, F-Ling, you fucking moron. What am I talking about, F-Ling? Since you're so up on what I'm talking about, what the fuck am I talking about? Huh? Sit down, man. I know you know nothing. I did just invent it. What the hell are you talking about? No! I'm not talking about bug spray. I'm talking about using sulfur. Backwards, asshole, man. I'd rather use sulfur than whatever's in frickin' bug spray. At least sulfur is natural. But only if your fat ass can do it first. I ain't breaking my neck over some fat guy. Yeah, Fluid, and you gotta pop wheelies before I do it. Also, how are you guys getting flooded? I heard there's floods in Texas. Or be Lord of the Flies. Yeah, probably are. Lord of the Maggots. No, they gotta use stink bombs for this. That'd actually be a pretty fun trick to try. If you're ever next to mosquitoes and you got some stinky bombs, you know. You gotta break a few and see what happens. Out here in South Texas. Huh? Yeah, I agree. I'm only popping a wheelie if one of these people can pop a wheelie. I ain't breaking my neck for fun. I ain't turning into Oliver Tree, not with the helicopter crash, but with his pro skateboard or skating career where he broke both his wrists. I don't want broken wrists. He's pro scooters. Get yourself. Yeah, influence pretty dope. Gotta watch out for it. Why? Why did Oliver Tree break his wrist? You talking about Mexico? Real South Texas? They're actually kind of the opposite in person, supposedly. Brett's supposedly kind of a Mario character. Actually, maybe. You know, they kind of look like Mario and Luigi, supposedly. Yeah, Eflin's just an ignorant old man. They say they get wiser when they get older, but my finding is really they just gain dementia. I've never thought dementia was wisdom. We're in the forest. What are you talking about? See, boy. Ain't no longer. about 3 miles will be if you want. Like that now. Yeah. About 3 miles. Oh yeah. Is that what you think your caretaker? I'm ready to go back to the sidewalk. Actually, you're farting. I'm ready to go back home. Same with Shizzle. I'm sure your guys' lives are very similar. Affluent, Bart Dimperton, Shizzle. Actually, the saddest part is Ifflin might be the most, what would you say, independent. Yeah, he's the oldest. I'm sure he still gets a nurse. Roll up, check his vitals, make sure he's not robbing somewhere. Where do you live? What kind of situation are you living in now? F1? Is that a group home? I forget what you're saying. Are you trying to live back in your RV? I'd say they got it. If somebody rolls up, they're getting tased anywhere I can shoot them, to be honest. Actually, I don't even know if I want to take. I'd try out those freaking darts. I seen an air, mass accelerator. I was very tempted to buy one. I might get one of those. It scare the shit out of somebody way worse than a taser. I'd try, actually. Pretty fun, but I really want to get the dart thing. Big old darts. Use canisters. They go right through wood, so. Are you? Is it kind of fun? What's your experience in a group home? Shared living quarters? Smarter than being homeless, I think. That was on the sidewalk? Yeah, dangerous. Oh, you don't like the situation? Damn, see, you Shizzle and Bart Dimmerton, you guys should just fucking. You imagine that group home? That'd be a wild one. Actually, probably wouldn't be. You guys would just be on YouTube all day. But it'd still be interesting, I think. You're violent? You're a violent individual? That's why you punch the others? Only had 30 years. Now that's criminal. A security guard? We're just tasing a guy? Yeah, I think they would have fun. I'd like to, imagine that they would have fun. What, you think so? Actually, I always thought that, the safety standards in apartments, are really high, really. I don't think it gets that safe. So if it's all about security, yeah, I think that some part actually matters. Like the apartment I'm at, it's super high security standards. Cameras everywhere, outside, inside. Gated. Double gated, really. I got fire resistant doors, so it's not like made out of cardboard in the middle. It's a solid piece of wood. It's got a fire rating of like 3 hours. So, not really. And it's got water sprinklers, so even if, let's say a fire got out, if I was stuck inside my place, the water sprinklers would hopefully, keep me alive for an extra 20 minutes. So, I don't think there's any higher standard, really. Some apartment, like the apartment I'm at, that's probably got, you'd have to pay millions of dollars, really, for that kind of security. You put it inside a house. It is the red zone. Yeah, I think so. No, it's just nothing, huh? Yeah, it's, maybe a little pasta. It happened here recently somewhere. I think it was like in a village down south, Wisconsin. Yeah, I should have pepper sprayed him. Watch the video. Really, guys, I mean, if we're being honest here, if we're being sincere, there is a baby bunny in front of us. But all of these security guards and police officers should have used even more force. Really, I mean, they should have beat him in the pulse. Just turn him into mush. I mean, who are they roughing up? Usually delinquents. Undesirable people. And that's why fentanyl is low-key. One of the greatest things on the planet. It is destroying drug dealers. No, that's Brad. Brad and my brother love that kind of shit for some reason. Brad's the one with the gold feet. Like what? hit him with the car. You know, it would be a really good statistic to know. Since the GTA series came out, what has it increased? I bet it's an increase. I don't even want to say decrease. Okay, how much has vehicle slaughter gone up? Vehicular slaughter, using your car to run over somebody. How much has GTA influenced that? I guarantee it's like 1,000% or something. Something crazy. I should. All I know is Bart Dimberton's mom's a bad mom. Okay, yeah, they might say that, but I meant like, what is the statistic? How many vehicle slaughters were there before GTA? Obviously, not everybody's gonna admit that they use GTA, or they're influenced by GTA. But they've done it so many times, and that's a rewind in your mind. Because basically, human brain is just a storage device. Eventually, it finds shortcuts, and it keeps on seeing something. It becomes more able to actually doing it. So the numbers we're looking for is, what is the number before GTA series? And what's the number today? Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yes, that even though it was inspired or heavily influenced, because they keep on seeing, you know, death by car playing GTA 5, I'm sure they don't say, oh, GTA is the reason, because I'm sure it wasn't at the time. It's just influenced their brain by seeing it in the video game, you know, 100,000 times. Yeah, people are influenced by something they do thousands of times in the video game. If you keep on having copies and
Lap
copies
2,
and copies.
33 minutes 6 seconds. Lap speed 9.1. Total 10 miles. 1 hour 5 minutes 6 seconds. Heart rate 91.
10 miles in. And that's been proven. I mean, there's like those tests and whatever that they did that are abominations, really. But like sticking a human in a basement for its whole life, what does it come out to be? And it comes out to be like a wild animal that can't even walk. It like does crawls, does like hunchback shit. So everything influenced you throughout your life. And I couldn't even speak. I could barely eat. Probably. Well, for the first week, or first month, yeah. Yeah, of course. You gotta play the game and then you do the stuff. Just like a murderer stops killing for a little bit after he gets done, carrying the body around. Jeffrey Dahmer had a stopping period. Actually, he didn't. Not too. With Jeffrey Dahmer's case, it wasn't too long because he would just stack corpses in the corner. But he still had a resting period. Just like a dope head, they got a rest period. It's not that long, but they got a rest period. They got to do the thing, and then they go look for the substance again. Actually, that kind of disproves that it is the case, because if they go down and the game comes out, that means that all the people that do it, the majority of the people that do it are actually playing the game. That kind of proves that actually it's the point. Because if the number goes down while people are playing it, whenever it comes out, that means that's the majority. Or a percentage of it, at least. That's like saying the murder rate goes down when frickin' Friday the 13th comes out. They're enjoying Jason doing it. Air conditioner filter. That's weird. Finally? Thank goodness. What is it? Spain versus Argentina? What is that? Does that mean like Messi and Ronaldo are out of it, or what teams are Messi and Ronaldo in? Ronaldo's out. Okay. What team is Messi in? That means Messi's most likely a Nazi? Offspring. Got the smoke again. Big old burrito on the ground. Really? Now, if that's true, they'll get that back-to-back wins. I think I heard that. Would that be the only third time in history? With Brazil, or is it like four? I think Brazil's done it. The UK done it? No, Brazil's done it. I bet on that. That's the house. No, that'd be awful. They're on for too long. Like Jim Cornette says, my goodness, how long's the thing gonna last? What, you like soccer? You're a soccer kind of guy? I'm Brazilian. I don't even like soccer. Fuck soccer. To be fair, it's probably both brainwashed. Taught by these hillbillies up here. Better than football, you coward. Only a coward would say that. You. You monster. I get it. You just can't keep up. I get it. You're not capable of thinking that fast. If it's really so slow, then you play it. I want to see you go get those touchdowns, huh? It's so slow. You must be so incredibly fast. Yeah, for fucking years, how long the World Cup takes. Blue Jay.
Workout paused.
That Fallout New Vegas, that's some fun shit. I was playing it yesterday. I kind of plan on playing it after I'm done exercising. My only regret is I don't have the Ultimate Edition. I only have it on Steam. What I really gotta do is take these computer parts. I gotta see if I can get a working computer out of my 2 computers that broke. And if I can't, I should probably sell the parts on eBay or at a pawn shop or some shit. It's like the eBay, 'cause I'm sure the pawn shop will give me dollars. Heck yeah. Yeah. I better move it to my living room. Sorry, back to the Yeah. Yeah. Had a lot of fun. Probably played too many to be honest. Played like 3 or 4 hours last night. Or during the day. Okay, players. Got our hour 28 minutes on the bike. It was 13.5 miles. Let's get some steppies in. I gotta use the restroom. Looks like 2 more soldiers died. Actually, I think it's 3, but they've been saying 2. Now the death toll is up to 16, supposedly. For our side. Is that the other side? Let's go Wong. For governor? Ooh. Is this for the Democrat? Oh, it is. It's only 37. Well, I think we're getting a Republican governor this time. Not for sure. I haven't seen the rest of the candidates, but if it's just against her, I'd be very surprised if all the hillbillies vote for a Hmong female. That's 37. Good morning, Playa Walker. What's up, Playa Chad? We just got our 13-mile bike ride in. Now we're taking a little walk. Brent, how are you doing? Woo! Yeah, pretty good one. Look how heavy the frickin' walnuts are. Branches down to the ground. I swear, I'm not holding Shrek, am I? It's not as hot, but humanity's still up. Still up there. Yeah, pretty nice. A little bit humid. It's like 60. Oh, rarity. I got to see a cat. I get to see way more deer than cats. I'm gonna try to stalk it a little bit. But it's only a little bit humid here. It's only probably 64 degrees now. She sees me, or he sees me. She's kind of pretty. Are you pretty? Come up to me? Nope. Running away. I might say, oh, it's got beautiful eyes. Let me see your eyes. Oh, big old blue ones. Yeah, you can smell the walnuts. Okay, I'm sure you're their house cat, so I'll leave you alone. It's got beautiful eyes. Do you see those eyes? Solid blues. Yeah, the crows are bitching. Had to stop for a second, smell my hand, because I'm holding 2 walnuts. I'm guessing they have better scent than me. Color, ooh, smelly. Walnut skin is so similar to plastic. Weird. I wonder if walnut oil is the smelliest kind of oil around. I wonder how much dirt a tree loses next to its roots each time it produces walnuts. I wonder if it's a bucket full of dirt. How much dirt does a tree lose each time it makes walnuts? photosynthesis. And carbon in here. How you guys ever gonna fix this? Until it's broken. Like every year it gets broken. Yep, something's wrong with it. Yeah, somebody did something to it. One of those mirrors kind of show you if a bike or walkers come out. The city must have like 1,000 of those things. They always gotta fix them. That's against the lawn. How dare you? Unlawful. How dare you? You think you could just make a pun like that out of nowhere? white walnut before it turns black. Once upon a line. Forgot. It's got yellow dye in it. Got me. It's turning me yellow. Definitely speeding over there. Surveyor. You're damn right. What the hell's for lunch, guys? Or dinner? I think I'm gonna have some tenderloin. I think I'm gonna cut it up the manageable pieces. Probably cubed up tenderloin and rice. Will probably be my lunch today. And for din, probably have eggs. My goodness. What a bunch of crybabies. The heavy rain made a little ditch, a little drainage thing. Are you? What the hell are you gonna get at the store, huh? I'm gonna get a tuna. Ooh, a tuna sandwich. That ain't bad. Good pick. I'll keep you alive a long time. I'll give you dementia, but you'll be alive. At least I heard it might give you dementia, but I'd rather have dementia. Live another 15 years. Well, I don't know. I was like that old, I guess. I'd be alright with being 95 with a little bit of dementia. It's sunny and someday I will be famous. You're already famous, player. You're far more famous than the people before you. Back in the day, like the 1800s. Far more famous now than you would have been if you were born in the 1800s. I wouldn't have known about you all the way here in Wisconsin. People like what I like, I hear you. Well, you gotta put yourself out there more often, You just gotta walk around like this. My eyes are all shut. There you go, like that. some point I'll be one of those people. I think I've got a selfie stick. I gotta get it. Probably not today because I'm wearing a loose shirt. Wear a tighter shirt, That's when you do it. Make sure you got a good fit on. Melt. Here you go. I was melting myself by looking at myself, so. We're looking for a blue dank. It's my time capsule that I put out here. Whoa, dangerouso. Yeah, it's on tight shirts, I hear you. I accidentally threw that double X into the laundry hamper. I gotta throw that bad boy away. I don't need it. Big shirts like that. They kind of just make you look bad when males wear like super baggy shirts. It's alright for females, but for guys, it's probably not the best thing. Unless it's a fantastic shirt. That one's not a fantastic shirt. It's kind of just gray. Yeah. Also, I don't like when the neck collar's too stretched out. That's the worst. That's when it's really bad. Oh, I forget if mine was the neck collar. I just gotta remember to throw it away when I get back home. I'm kind of hungry. I might make some 3 eggs or something. When I get back home. Usually I start cooking. I'll have to just suffer a little bit longer. I really gotta start making myself some breakfasts. The easiest one, I really should have got more, but I was just trying it out. It tasted really good. I gotta get those protein oatmeals. Protein oatmeals. I like oatmeal even when it's not cooked up. I just like it cold. Especially when they're flavored. They're probably mainly when they're flavored. I don't know if I like cold plain oatmeal. Probably not. Well, actually, I might probably like it more that way. I probably like the texture more. I don't really like plain oatmeal and when it's mushy. The dragonflies are fighting. There's 3 of them just bashed against each other. Huh. That's a rare sight. Too bad they're moving too fast or too slow. Or, they're moving too fast and they're too small to capture well with a camera. But I just seen them bash against each other. Loud enough for me to hear it, too. Better check for ticks today. Yeah, still technically unhealthy. Or it's back to being unhealthy, really. It wasn't unhealthy yesterday. But today it is. What about you? We're good. And Lucas is over here being the sad boy. He's writing his sad boy lyrics. How's Mr. Lucas? Hope your stinky cast is better, sir. There it is. No! They're coming back. Burrs. The burrs are back. A red one? Wow, legendary. Do you? How did you get it again? You drove right into a freaking old lady or something? That Karen tried to assassinate you? Do you suspect it was a Karen that was trying to eliminate your bike riding time? Back of a truck. Damn. Was it a Mack truck or? Be honest, Lucas. Did you cry? We're like, oh, me arm. Just be for reals, did you? Shedded 10 or so tears. Beautiful. That's the right amount. Understandable. Hope Turkey Gang. We've spotted them. I could tell me and these turkeys have sexual tension. No wonder that fucking train conductor's gotta do the siren so much. Honk the horn so much. Damn chubby turkeys are always in the train tracks. First part of my talking Arabic. Yeah, low key. Low key. But gotta keep it a secret plan. For sure. Well, it used to be 20. Now there's only fucking 1, 2, 3, 4. I must have been busy. Oh, 5? There's only 5 left. Because I'm trying to practice my Arabic, too. Is that how you learn Arabic? Is by stuffing turkeys? Oh, my shaitan. Ma'am. You're an abomination. What am I doing? I'm supposed to look for that. There is no imperfect. Perfect. Well, that looks like a stock. Imperfection. How's that? Angela. Alright, in Arabic. What's up, play? Got thirsty. Better suck down some vitamin C. What the hell? I better check myself for ticks too. Before I forget. You don't got bitches, Squidward. Well, I guess you got somebody new. It's called a cast. Your lover now has a nice dress. Aha! 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 Get it? Because it's covering up your hand and your wrist. Turtle, turtle, turtle. Well, there was that one time with your mom, but we don't talk about that. Facts. Facts. I'm not a Squidward like Lucas and Bart Dimberton. Yes. It's time for our Hindus. Vitamin C. Ready? Go with me now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Little juicy lemons. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Whew, burning. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. More to go. 31, 32, 33, 34. I'm off to the park with the kids. Hope you have a lovely day. You too, Lucas, and everyone else still looking. You have a beautiful day, Queen Angela.
bills, not overdraft fees. Get covered up to $200. Upgrade to fee-free banking. Sign up for Chime in minutes.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready should takes it. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
Any man with two hands has a fighting chance. I can only imagine what that may do for my career.
With a strongly rooted fixation on sports entertainment over professional wrestling, WWE is no stranger to developing gimmicks designed to help struggling superstars win over the audience, and instead dug their careers further into the grave. They thought in 2014, for example, that the path to Cody Rhodes progressing to the next level was for him to cosplay as his career-long mid-card brother. It wasn't, and he rightfully requested his release 2 years later. Sometimes, however, WWE will create a gimmick so outrageously terrible that it has no chance whatsoever of turning its assigned performer into a fan favorite. Until it does. Join us now as WrestleMania looks at 10 WWE gimmicks that were supposed to fail, but they got over. Be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell for daily wrestling videos. Number 10, El Grande Americano. And maybe the most recent example is the character of El Grande Americano, and it didn't actually win over the audience until Ludwig Kaiser donned the mask. Well, we say Ludwig Kaiser, but those are just rumors. They're taking charge of the gimmick from Chad Gable after he sustained a shoulder injury. Kaiser underwent a shock career rejuvenation as he slowly became Triple A's top babyface after years of struggling to find his footing on WWE's main roster. He only achieved that, which should be noted, by overhauling what the El Grande Americano character was originally outlined as. Where Gable made a mockery of lucha libre, Ludwig embraced it as he incorporated Mexican cultural references, spoke in Spanish, being billed as from Tangamandapio, rather than the xenophobic Gulf of Mexico. Kaiser cemented the gimmick's success at the end of May, having been pitted against Gable's incarnation of Americano since he returned in the Royal Rumble match. The pair waged war in a critically acclaimed mass versus mass match that was legitimately one of the best produced WWE matches of all time. Even before that, a mural of his Grande Americano character was painted in Montreal. Hilariously, after decades of Vince McMahon trying to find the next top Mexican star to replicate Rey Mysterio's success, The Undertaker did so with a German national. Number 9, Big Dick Johnson. Dr. Joseph was a tenured member of WWE's writing team between 2004 and 2010, and also briefly returned during the early days of the Fox era of SmackDown. But nobody remembers anything you wrote. They only remember when he emptied 5 bottles of baby oil onto his body, pulled up a thong that got tighter with every appearance, and tumbled around the ring as Big Dick Johnson. That name, for the uninformed, is phallic in nature. Dick goes without any explanation needed, though it was a Vince McMahon decision that had the big prefix, while Johnson is a slang term used to describe a penis. Classic. Hit amongst fans, such was practical humor at the time. But Joseph was reportedly canned upon Vince McMahon watching him perform his routine for the first time. Bruce Pritchard recalled McMahon's initial disgruntlement during the WrestleMania 24 with Something to Wrestle With podcast.
I was Paul Beck and I might have kind of come up with that a little bit.
Oh no!
It was God, what's his name? Chris Farley.
A chip in there.
Patrick Swayze.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at it, the first time that we did it, he did it with Vince with the oil and everything. Almost got him fired. Almost got all of us fired.
Probably the most memorable moment of the rebooted ECW was the Sandman caning Big Dick Johnson. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Number 8, the Job Squad. Everybody loves an underdog in life, but wrestling fans really love an underdog. Referred to in the industry as enhancement talent or more degradingly jobbers, the purpose is to elevate their peers through the simple art of being thrown around the ring and being squashed. Sometimes a wrestler can even become legendary because of their inability to win. With Barry Horowitz, prime example, who received one of the loudest pops of the 90s after scoring his first victory, despite it being on a mundane episode of Wrestling Challenge. But during the Attitude Era, however, there were no underdogs more cherished than the Job Squad. Led by Al Snow and comprising the Blue Meanie, the renamed Gilbert, the former Too Cool Scorpio, and the soon-to-be Hardcore Holly, the group developed a core fan base which was quickly strengthened by a couple of upset victories. On the November 20th, 1998 episode of Raw, Gilbert toppled Christian to begin his reign over the Light Heavyweight Championship, while Holly and Scorpio defeated the New Age Outlaws. Nothing really came after that, and the group quickly dissipated. But for their short duration during the hottest period of the business has ever seen, the Job Squad were more loved than some of their more heavily pushed colleagues could ever have dreamed. Number 7.
Up to $800 is waiting for you. Just donate plasma, get paid for each donation the same day, then treat yourself.
Number 7. The Punjabi Playboy. At 7'1" and 400 pounds, the Great Khali was, to the surprise of absolutely nobody who understands the mind of Vince McMahon, pushed as the new dominant force once he debuted in WWE. He immediately began a feud with The Undertaker that included a clean victory over the man on pay-per-view. He annihilated Rey Mysterio shortly after his emotional victory in the championship and later won the Good Gold Belt for himself. The comedic antics, even his Kali Kiss Cam segments, which were horrifically gross looking back, were loved at the time. In fact, Vince McMahon, he never would have pinned The Undertaker or held one of the richest prizes in industry history, but still, his legacy must be infinitely thankful for his 2008 makeover. Without that, he would have just been another one of Vince McMahon's failed pet projects. Number 6, Little Jimmy. There was little to enjoy about R-Truth's brief heel turn in 2011, but it did birth one aspect of Truth's character that managed to stand the test of time: Little Jimmy. The concept itself has had many guises across its 50 lifespan, including being the name of Truth's leaping flatliner finishing move, but its original meaning was the name of R-Truth's invisible child sidekick. He would use his quote-unquote friend to berate the WWE fans, while several vignettes aired on WWE programming, showing Truth and Jimmy visiting the arcade and going rock climbing. It was mental in the best way possible, continuing to prove Ron Killing's career-long motto that funny can always draw money. Speaking on Edge and Christian's Pot of Awesomeness in 2019, R-Truth revealed how surprised he was that the gimmick caught on as well as it did, also while noting how it came about as a Vince McMahon mandated rib. Little Jimmy was an accident that came about by me smoking. Vince caught me smoking, and again, so to rib me or to get back at me, he had me smoke a cigarette on TV. And got me moreover because people were like, oh shit, he's cool. He's smoking a cigarette right now. Like, I see you, you're smoking it. He's blowing smoke. The moment I came out, Vince was like, okay, well, they're cheering for it, so I want you to come out and shit on the people and call them all Little Jimmies. I did that, and I just happened to turn to the side and bend down and say, Little Jimmy, all the Little Jimmies out there want to be like you. And from that point on, everybody pointed and said, he's talking to Little Jimmy. I was just talking to my damn self, but if Little Jimmy is right there, then yeah, he's right there. That's who I'm talking to, and it just blew up from there. I turned my head to the side, everybody would say I'm talking to Little Jimmy. Number 5, broke Baron Corbin. And although he was one of the most detested wrestlers in modern WWE history, you can't deny that Baron Corbin put his all into everything that the office had asked of him, especially when he became broke Baron Corbin. Broke in the sense that he was penniless, not in the sense that he began dressing like second 2016 Matt Hardy. Stemming from losing his King of the Ring crown and title to Shinsuke Nakamura on SmackDown's June 18th, 2021 broadcast, Corbin stopped shaving his head, grew out his beard, and began wrestling in suit trousers and baggy dress shirts. He was completely disheveled and had in storyline lost his car, his life savings, his home, and his wife. The gimmick only lasted a handful of weeks as he got lucky in the Las Vegas casino by the August 27th episode of SmackDown and transformed into Happy Corbin. But for those few weeks in the summer of 2021, Corbin was more captivating than most. Speaking with Sports Illustrated shortly after he departed WWE in November 2024, he talked appreciatively about how the gimmick allowed him to his range of personality. I think that the Sad Corbin, it was just supposed to be like a 2-week thing. I think that was was originally the plan. Let's get you upset and then get you back. Then I grabbed onto it. I was like, this is so different. This is so fun. I can show my range. I have no ego, zero ego. So something like this is not going to. There are some people in our world that would be like, you want me to look like a bot? I'm a WWE superstar. I have no ego. You want me to do that? Hell yeah, let's go. This is going to be fun. Let's turn it up to 12. Number 4, the fashion police. The WWE introduced an abundance of tag teams to its main roster throughout 2016, such as the debuting Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson from New Japan and American Alpha, the Vaudevillains, and Enzo Amore and Big Cass from NXT. The year unfortunately also saw an abundance of worst tag team trope, single stars being put together to form mismatch pairings. And some of them didn't. Here's looking at you, AJ Styles and Chris Jericho. Where the Phenomenal One and Y2J failed, however, Fandango and Tyler Breeze thrived. Though initially just another pair of mid-card flounderers thrown together for something to do, Breezango found solace on SmackDown. Only to faction stood head to toe in stripper-like police unifashion faux pas. It got over who adored their Law and Order rip-off action file spoofs, but Vince McMahon unsurprisingly wasn't a fan of it. Tyler Breeze spoke to real appreciation in late 2025 and spoke of McMahon's lack of understanding regarding the skits, and thus they were abruptly cancelled before they had a chance to peak. Number 3, Ezekiel. The split personality gimmicks were absolutely nothing new in wrestling by the time Elias was rechristened Ezekiel in April of 2022. But unlike when Mick Foley acknowledged that he was Mankind, Cactus Jack, and Dude Love, the clean-shaven Ezekiel claimed to have just been the lowly brother of the guitar-strumming Elias, and that's why it works so well. As much as the Drifter is deserving of the credit for making sure the gimmick went down so with the fans, credit must also be given to Kevin Owens. Owens, who was hot off the heels of a 38 loss to Stone Cold Steve Austin, became so infuriated about the existence of Elias' supposed brother and made for highly entertaining television during an era that lacked it. The pair's lie detector angle, which was conducted by Chad Gable for reasons, was actually the feud's shining moment. The Ezekiel gimmick was promptly pinned off once Triple H assumed the head of creative post that summer. But for the 4 months he was on screen, there wasn't a single segment that lacked outrageous comedy. What was supposed to be only a short-term joke ended up being one of the funniest angles. Number 2, Damien Mizdow. Damien Sandow had a very up-and-down second stint with WWE. Returning to the main roster in 2012, he was obliterated by DX at Raw 1000, managed to claw his way back up to win the Money in the Bank ladder match 1 year later, but then failed in his cash-in versus John Cena. His enhancement status was cemented to win in 2014. He began to play dress-up. Robbing the local Halloween costume shop led Sandow to land his starring role as the Miz's stunt double, Damien Mizdow. He dressed like the A-lister, and although he was largely booked as a lackey, Damien made the gimmick his own. Improvising on the fly, the former Money in the Bank copied everything The Miz did, even if it meant taking stiff bumps by himself at ringside to replicate The Miz taking a suplex. It was so stupid, yet so clever. It worked to such an effect that by the time Damien eventually tossed The Miz out of the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal at WrestleMania 31, he was one of the hottest stars on the roster. The WWE nerfed his popularity with the weeks, obviously. This was still a prime example of a wrestler taking a rubbish idea and turning it into something truly remarkable. And the New Day. Big E, Kofi Kingston, and Xavier Woods became one of the most successful stables in pro wrestling history as part of the New Day, but they had to fight against all odds to get there. From day one, Vince McMahon shut down every idea they had for the group, insisting that they would be better off under his vision as happy-go-lucky religious preachers. That was despite the trio making repeated comments that the gimmick wasn't working, as well as the racist connotations and fan resentment. McMahon eventually pivoted, come the spring of 2015, turning them heel and ditching his presentation, but it took him a while longer before he realized that the trio had something special without his explicit input. All 3 members have been extremely vocal about their distaste for what the New Day was originally meant to be, with an out-of-character appearance on Talk is Jericho in the summer of 2015 being the first of many, many occurrences in which they expressed their frustration with McMahon's vision.
We don't want to sing and dance, because we feel like for African-American athletes, you're either singing and dancing, or the big, strong black guy, or the foreign black guy, and those are the 3 archetypes. We want to push some sort of message for not for all kids, but specifically young black kids watching wrestling, that you can be whatever kind of character you want. You come with a blank slate, you can be anything, not just these 3 things.
Oh, describe to you like the tension. We all were just like smiling and nodding, and all of us were all thinking the same thing, like, oh my God, this man is crazy.
But they have folks. 10 WWE gimmicks that were supposed to fail, but they got over. Be sure to leave your comments down below. I'll see you next time with some more wrestling content.
something about money that actually annoys you?
I would have to say, waiting for your paycheck. Like, I already did the work. Why I gotta wait for my money?
Literally. Why does it take days to hit your account?
No, exactly. It's money that's already been earned.
So, what's the alternative?
Chime. Not good.
Okay, I'm into it. That actually tracks.
And you know what's crazy? It's also fee-free banking too.
So with Chime, you're not just sitting around waiting for your own money. And you get fee-free banking too?
Yeah, exactly. Gain control of your paycheck. Don't bank the old way. Switch to Chime today in minutes.
Google Nest Learning Thermostat with System Health Monitor. It helps check your home for maintenance and issues. Because you're no furnace doctor.
WrestleMania is the granddaddy of them all. The show has been WWE's signature event for the past 42 years, and in that time, WWE has delivered some of the most iconic moments in pro wrestling history. Naturally, due to the amount of WrestleMania broadcasts as well as the status of the event itself, there are numerous unbelievable facts about each show that need to be heard to be believed. Join us now as WrestleMania looks at one mind-blowing fact for every WrestleMania event. Be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell for daily wrestling videos. WrestleMania 1, the $1 million boots. In early 2026, Hulk Hogan's boots from the first ever WrestleMania were auctioned off. The famous boots sold for over $1 million, ultimately making them the most expensive piece of wrestling merchandise of all time. The boots even had Hulk Hogan's sweat and blood on them. They're signed and state that these are my real boots with my real blood on them from MSG, Hulk Hogan. Paul did put in a bidding for it, but he ultimately didn't win. WrestleMania 2, Hulk Hogan versus Jimmy Snuka was the original main event. Hulk Hogan would main event WrestleMania 2 in a steel cage match versus King Kong Bundy, but that may have not been WWE's original plan. It's widely believed that Vince McMahon secretly pitched an angle where Jimmy Snuka would turn heel, then start a feud with Hulk Hogan. The intense rivalry would culminate in a steel cage match between Hulk Hogan and Snuka in the main event of WrestleMania. Now, this was after the tragic passing of Nancy Argentino, Jimmy Snuka's girlfriend at the time. Well, Snuka was believed to be a suspect in the case, and it felt that due to that, Hogan declined, reportedly saying, "I don't want to wrestle with that crazy maniac." WrestleMania 3, Hogan legitimately injured himself. Hulk Hogan's relationship with the Truth is definitely a topic for another time. At WrestleMania 3, Hogan took part in one of the most iconic moments of all time as he body slammed Andre the Giant. According to Hogan, the body slam took it out of him, so much so that it tore a hole in his back, and it would mark the last time in which he would body slam his arch rival ever. Number 4, this WWE star was instantly demoted. When Ricky Steamboat wanted paternity leave, Vince McMahon decided to punish him on the grand stage. The talented wrestler was jobbed out during the first round of the WWE title tournament, and this would mark his last pay-per-view in WWE until he returned in 1990. Though this was under the new gimmick of the Dragon. The story goes that if he hadn't asked for paternity leave, Vince wanted him as a long-term Intercontinental Champion. WrestleMania 5, they botched so bad, it had to be edited out. Rockin' Robin actually missed her cue when singing America the Beautiful. The botch was so severe that it had to be edited out of future releases. When Rockin' Robin was in the ring and the music started, she missed her cue completely and just stared awkwardly at the audience. Now, it was put down to audio issues, but that wasn't actually the case. It was just a full-blown botch. But to this day, some still believe that this was a rib on her. WrestleMania 6, Macho Man was legitimately furious. When a wrestler's hair is cut following a match, the wrestler usually has given their full consent. However, when Lonnie Poffo had his hair cut at WrestleMania 6, he had no idea that this was going to happen. Poffo's fear was actually genuine, and Brutus Beefcake had to really hold him down. It was believed that Lonnie Poffo was crying backstage. Poffo's real-life brother, the legendary Randy Savage, was quite rightly extremely angry with Beefcake and WWE at the time. WrestleMania 7, Sheikh Tugboat. A tugboat was actually stage. It would also be known as Sheikh Tugboat, and be an Iraqi sympathizer. The role was instead given as
Sometimes life can be a little messy. But with next-gen Novella Performance Fabric and Ashley, you got your whole home covered. So you can get back to what you love, messes and all.
Foundation, which consisted of Jim the Anvil lineup and Owen Hart, were actually supposed to be part of the 8-man tag team match on the show. However, they were ultimately replaced by Hacksaw Jim Duggan and Sergeant Slaughter. In relation to why they were replaced, Neidhart was fired in February 92 for unprofessional conduct, and instead Owen was put in a singles match against Skinner instead. WrestleMania 9, Hulk Hogan wanted to face Dusty Rhodes. The WWE had bold ideas for WrestleMania 9, and one of the ideas for Hulk Hogan was him to face a heel Dusty Rhodes. The pitch was actually given to Hogan, and that was that Hogan wouldn't take a hiatus from the company. There were even plans to turn Hulk Hogan heel, but were shot down by Vince McMahon as he didn't like the idea. The heel would have likely been Dusty Rhodes if the plans went through. WrestleMania 10, Ted DiBiase was supposed to make a shocking surprise. Now, The Undertaker missed WrestleMania 10 due to an injury, but it's been heavily rumored that WWE were planning on commencing the fake Undertaker storyline on the show. Ted DiBiase was doing media around this time period, and he was claiming that a big surprise was planned for the show, and this was apparently going to be the start of the fake Undertaker storyline. However, this didn't happen, and plans to start the storyline eventually delayed to a few months after. WrestleMania 11, the Rabid Wolverine in the New Generation era, where Chris Benoit almost made his WrestleMania debut at WrestleMania 11. That's right, there would be Owen Hart's tag partner, according to the were interested in Benoit and wanted to propel Hart and Benoit at the top of the WWE Tag Division. It was reported they announced 2 more matches for Mania, Luger and Davey Boy Smith versus Blue Brothers and Guns, defending against Owen Hart and a mystery partner. No word on who it is, but I do know that they are or were interested in being Chris Benoit and shooting them immediately to the top of the Tag Division. But Benoit wouldn't make his debut there. Instead, Yokozuna would ultimately fill in the role, and Benoit would go to WCW. WrestleMania 12, plans had to be changed due to Yokozuna's weight. A match between Yokozuna and Vader was heavily promoted heading into WrestleMania. However, WWE had to change direction when Yokozuna's weight became out of control. The match would then change to a 6-man tag, which would limit the amount of time that Yokozuna would have to spend in the ring, as there was no way that he was going to go a match on his own. WrestleMania 13, the Sultan was made for Sabu. But the Sultan wrestled at WrestleMania 13, and he was going to play the legendary character known as Rikishi Fatu. However, the gimmick was actually made for Sabu, and the idea is that the character would have his tongue cut out. Sabu was the one who turned this down as he felt it was disrespectful to his uncle, the original Sheik. This moment legitimately pissed off Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels was never best pleased that Tyson had gone off script after the match. It's widely believed that Tyson draping the DX shirt over HBK wasn't initially planned, and HBK was utterly embarrassed. 15, why was Austin wearing a t-shirt? Something was really off when it came to Stone Cold Steve Austin's entrance at WrestleMania 15. Traditionally, Austin would come down to the ring wearing his iconic vest. However, for his match versus The Rock, he would oddly wear a t-shirt. Now, it turns out that he somehow forgot to pack his vest, and this was mainly due to Austin's mind being focused on his divorce, as his head was in a total mess at the time. It was actually Viscera who made history at WrestleMania 16 and WrestleMania 2000. Viscera won the Hardcore title briefly in the Hardcore Battle Royal. And this is actually notable as he became the first ever black wrestler to win a title of any kind on the grand stage. Fans noted that black wrestlers have won matches where titles were involved, such as Men on a Mission at WrestleMania 10 and Junkyard Dog versus Greg Valentine at WrestleMania 1. However, a title change never took place as both were won via countout. This is legitimately the first time ever. WrestleMania 17. Is it Goldberg? Numerous infamous gimmicks appeared in the Gimmick Battle Royal at WrestleMania 17. One of them was actually supposed to be Gilbert. However, at the last moment, WWE pulled the plug on the planned appearance. According to Gilbert, WWE were convinced that Goldberg was legitimately coming into the company, and were concerned how he would react if he saw the infamous parody character, something he still hates to this day. WrestleMania 18, the Dead Man had a choice. The Undertaker having a say in the WrestleMania opponent was a given by 2002. And for WrestleMania 18, Vince McMahon gave him the choice of Rob Van Dam or Ric Flair. Now, of course, the Dead Man picked Flair, and the Dead Man discussed his rationale for doing so on his podcast. I remember Vince McMahon coming to me that year. I didn't have an opponent, and he comes up to me and he goes, he's like apologizing to me. He goes, Mark, yeah, we booked all this out, and I don't have anybody for you. He says you can either have RVD. WrestleMania 19, Stone Cold Steve Austin. Joe. But the original plans for WrestleMania 19 were for Stone Cold Steve Austin versus The Rock Part 3 to main event the show. However, the day before the show went live on the air, Austin was admitted to hospital. It was due to him having consumed excessive amounts of energy drinks. McMahon was concerned that Austin would be in no fit state to perform, so he made the executive call to move the match down the card, and instead Brock Lesnar versus Kurt Angle would receive the honor of main eventing. WrestleMania 20, not quite the Dead Man yet. WrestleMania 20 saw the return of The Undertaker's Dead Man persona. One man that was firmly against the move was The Undertaker himself. Taker was a big fan of the American badass slash big evil persona he portrayed in the early 2000s, and he felt like the Dead Man character restricted him greatly. A compromise was reached in early 2004. Whilst the Dead Man character would indeed return,
The average cost of a phone will per in the US.
costs about $7.
T-Mobile says choose any plan. 3 month, 6 month, whole year for $15 a month. 3-month phone plan. Other carriers, Mint Mobile. 6-month phone plan, on average with other carriers around this much. This is what you're paying with Mint Mobile. This is a full year of paying for a phone plan. Other carriers, Mint Mobile. I don't know how long they're running this deal. I imagine it's not going to be forever. But just look at what you could be saving. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of like a mic drop moment. Make the switch.
I can't keep track of all my subscriptions, but my BFF Experian can and could help me easily cancel the ones I don't need. Get the Experian app now. Experian.
Indeed return, the moveset of the American Badass would be kept intact, and this allowed The Undertaker to have stellar matches that were restricted due to his gimmick. Another interesting fact about the Dead Man's return was that initially he kept the bandana from the old gimmick during his entrance. However, this was quickly removed, as it's possible that WWE didn't feel it matched the Dead Man aesthetic. WrestleMania 21, Randy Orton's big mistake. Now, Randy Orton wasn't exactly the nicest guy in the world early on in his career. Now, WrestleMania 21, Orton made a fatal mistake. Orton was due to rehearse his match versus The Undertaker the day before the show, and due to Orton staying out the night prior, he missed the rehearsal completely. Orton has admitted how big of an error this was, and it was even made worse by the fact that Orton's dad was part of the rehearsal, so he felt like he let him down. It was even heavily rumored that WWE were going to consider having Orton break the streak at WrestleMania 21, but after Orton no-showed the planned rehearsal, it's likely that WWE erased this possibility out of their minds completely. WrestleMania 22, the streak was almost broken. But The Undertaker's iconic WrestleMania streak almost ended in 2006. Vince McMahon had initially booked Mark Henry to defeat Taker at WrestleMania 22. This would have been a bold move to say the very least, as Henry would instead move Shawn Michaels into Triple H's spot on the belief that Vince McMahon. WrestleMania 24, the original Money in the Bank winner was supposed to be, but Jeff Hardy was arguably the biggest star in pro wrestling in 2008. WWE were prepared to go all in on Hardy, so much so that they were planning on having Hardy win the Money in the Bank ladder match at WrestleMania 24. Sadly, shortly before WrestleMania 24, Hardy would fail a wellness policy test. This created a major issue for WWE, as it was also the reigning Intercontinental Champion. WWE would be forced to pivot as Chris Jericho would defeat Hardy on Raw for the title, and his Money in the Bank win would end up going to CM Punk. All hope wasn't lost for Hardy, as he didn't lose his connection with the fans, and it would eventually end 2008 as WWE Champion. For WrestleMania 25, the math ain't mathin'. WWE marketed WrestleMania 25 as the 25th anniversary of WrestleMania. This marketing move led to a ton of criticism. WWE actually got this completely wrong, as it was in fact the 24th anniversary of WrestleMania, and the 25th anniversary of WrestleMania was in 2010. No doubt those in the creative team were scared to bring this up during meetings, and Vince McMahon was probably convinced that he had his maths correct. WrestleMania 26, Yoshitatsu's win was historic. Yoshitatsu would win the pre-show battle royal at WrestleMania 26. Whilst this win meant nothing in terms of WWE's landscape, years later Tatsu's win would have major significance. As things stand, he's the last male Japanese wrestler to win a match in any capacity at WrestleMania. Tatsu would even bring this up in a promo for Pro Wrestling Noah in 2026, and this led to a significant discourse when it came to WWE's presentation of Japanese talent.
Hold it while I bang things down. Monthly fees. No escape.
Are you okay? Bank fees, huh? Oh, dude, John, you get bank fee free. Plus, you can get up to $500 if you're paid before payday. You should sign up.
Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes and spot you up to $200. Apply now. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes and we'll spot you up to $200.
no interest in returning to WWE, as there was still bad blood there following his exit back in 2004. With that being said, would agree to return to the company, and the WrestleMania showdown with the Dead Man would eventually happen at WrestleMania 30 instead. WrestleMania 28, John Cena faked a bathroom break. WrestleMania 28 featured a segment focused on Brodus Clay, but it almost never happened. According to Clay during an interview with Chris Van Vliet, WWE were running out of time on the broadcast, and Vince McMahon was about to cut his segment entirely, but that was until John Cena, who was in the main event of the show, faked a bathroom break. We were supposed to have a match with Heath Slater, but time got cut and Cena did one of the most selfless things that a guy who's a top guy who doesn't have to do things like this. And all of a sudden, Cena was getting ready. He's right behind me and he looks at me and goes, I have to go to the bathroom. I'm like, what? He's like, I have to go to the bathroom. And this was completely selfless by Cena, and he deserves a ton of praise for thinking of other talent on one of the biggest nights of his pro wrestling career. WrestleMania 29, a total diva storyline. It's common knowledge that Cody Rhodes' match at WrestleMania 29 was cancelled at the last moment. Rhodes was set to team with Damien Sandow and the Bella Twins versus Tons of Funk, Naomi, and Cameron, and the story goes that WWE simply ran out of time. However, there's a major conspiracy theory that was shared by Rhodes that WWE never actually intended to deliver the match. According to Rhodes, due to the match cancellation being a prominent storyline on Total Divas, he believes it was designed to be content for the reality show. This has never been confirmed, but Rhodes' claims have a ton of merit. WrestleMania 30, Vince left WrestleMania to be with The Undertaker. The Undertaker and Vince McMahon have had a long-standing friendship, so when The Undertaker was badly injured at WrestleMania 30 and needed hospital treatment, McMahon actually decided to immediately leave WrestleMania 30 to be at his friend's side. Now that's right, despite WrestleMania being the biggest show of the year, McMahon had no interest in finishing the show with himself at the helm. He just wanted to make sure that the dead man was okay. This real-life incident would later be used in a storyline between Undertaker and Brock Lesnar, and would even be directly mentioned in a promo by Paul Heyman on Raw. WrestleMania 30, the greatest reversal almost never happened. WrestleMania 31 featured one of the most iconic spots of all time, as Randy Orton turned a curb stomp into an RKO mid-air. The spot itself was executed to perfection out of the show, but during rehearsals, Orton and Seth Rollins just couldn't get it right. The margin for error was so slim, and every time they were attempting it,
Succulent.
it kept going wrong. The two legends talked it out, and instead of removing the planned spot from the match, they decided to keep it in and hoped it would go okay on the night. Thankfully, it went well. WrestleMania 32, an empty stadium? When Ryback vs. Kalisto was getting underway at WrestleMania 32 during the pre-show, viewers at home noticed that the stadium was basically empty. There was hardly anyone there, and this must have thrown both talents completely off. It turned out there was an electrical issue within the stadium, meaning that fans couldn't get their tickets scanned. Thankfully, this was eventually fixed, but WWE almost had a crisis on their hands and almost had to begin the main event broadcast with thousands of people still outside of the stadium. WrestleMania 33, the first ever change. When Naomi captured the SmackDown Women's title at WrestleMania 33, it became a notable victory, as it marked the first women's title change at WrestleMania since WrestleMania 22. This sounds completely made up, but it's true, as for over a decade, WWE would never commit to a women's title change of any kind on the grand stage of WrestleMania. WrestleMania 34, the biggest letdown in history. Now at long last, The Undertaker was going to take on John Cena at WrestleMania 34. Heading into the match, fans expected a 30-minute classic, but in reality, Vince McMahon had already decided that he wanted the match to be a total squash. It wasn't just fans who were let down by this booking, as The Undertaker was livid, as he prepared a full-blown match with WWE's franchise guy. Also, John Cena was legitimately quite drunk as he drank a number of beers, and then running backstage was probably to take a leak. WrestleMania 35, the real send-off for Kurt Angle. Kurt Angle had one of the more underwhelming retirement matches of all time at WrestleMania 35. Angle retired in a total dud of a match versus Baron Corbin, and fans firmly wanted John Cena to be the one to retire Angle due to their established history together. Whilst Corbin would end up receiving the nod, initial plans called for the man to retire Angle would be Jason Jordan. According to Angle during an appearance on Devon Dudley's podcast, the plan was for his kayfabe son to become his assistant before retiring him at WrestleMania.
But what I believe was Jason was probably going to continue on with being my son. He was going to start being a pain in the ass to me. I probably would have hired him my team. He would start making then him and I WrestleMania instead of Baron Corbin. Obviously, they picked Baron. No matter what you think about him, he's a great in-weight ring warrior.
Serious neck injury would unfortunately force Jordan to retire, and he would end up taking on the role of a WWE producer. WrestleMania 36, The Undertaker was grieving, but The Undertaker's real-life brother would actually pass away hours before filming his Boneyard match versus AJ Styles. The Undertaker could have easily requested to shoot the match a different day, but he soldiered on and filmed for 8 whole hours. The match itself would receive universal acclaim, and the classic match would end up being Undertaker's final ever pro wrestling match. WrestleMania 37, wrestlers were forced to improvise. WrestleMania 37 was held at the Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida, but severe weather caused the show to be delayed for around 35 minutes, making it the first weather delay in WrestleMania history. And the delay created a chaotic atmosphere backstage because WWE had to quickly adjust its plans for the broadcast. Instead of beginning the show with matches as scheduled, the company filled the unexpected gap by sending wrestlers out to cut improvised promos. Many performers were given very little instruction before going on camera, meaning they had to come up with something to say on the spot. Some wrestlers reportedly suggested their own pro ideas, while others simply asked to speak about their upcoming matches or hype up the event. It turns out the WWE officials were heavily pleased with how the performers handled the situation. The unscripted segments ended up adding a unique and spontaneous element to the broadcast, giving several wrestlers unexpected mic time. WrestleMania 38. This was supposed to be Triple H's last ever match. But before Triple H was forced to retire due to issues with his heart, he had a big match booked for WrestleMania 38. According to the game, he was going to wrestle Gable Steveson, and hopefully set the stage for him to be a main event level attraction in the company. Stevenson's WWE run never gained any type of serious momentum, and he would be released from his WWE contract a few short years later. WrestleMania 39. Vince McMahon secretly booked WrestleMania. Although WWE President Nick Khan firmly declared that Vince McMahon wasn't at the creative helm at WrestleMania 39, numerous sources claimed that this was untrue. McMahon secretly booked the show and even had his own separate office backstage. This came after McMahon was back in power somewhat in WWE, although it was alleged that McMahon was back in power to oversee the sale of the company. It said that he made numerous changes to the show, including Edge defeating Finn Balor and Roman Reigns defeating Cody Rhodes. The show still received critical, but McMahon managed to get power hungry extremely quickly. The next night on Raw, he was firmly back in the driving seat, and he booked one of the worst Raw shows of all time. The show was heavily panned, and it was rumored by numerous sources that talent were completely devastated that McMahon was back in charge. WrestleMania 40, Cody Rhodes went off script. Cody Rhodes winning the WWE title at WrestleMania 40 was one of the most iconic WrestleMania moments of all time. The moment was even more notable as Rhodes went completely off script following his win. Rhodes' post-match promo was indeed planned. However, Rhodes calling out Bruce was never in the script. The two men coming to the ring was also not planned, and it was widely reported that both names had happened. On WrestleMania 41, the first time John Cena ever did this. But John Cena spent a number of years early on in his career as a heel. But the crazy thing is that WrestleMania 41 marked Cena's first ever match at WrestleMania as a heel. Cena would have competed his final ever WrestleMania at this event, as he would defeat Cody Rhodes to win his title. Well, there you have it, folks. One mind-blowing fact for every WrestleMania. Let us know your mind-blowing facts in the comments down below. As always, I'll see you next time with some more wrestling content.
What we had all waited for since the start of the program, the big contract signing for the match we already know was happening. Free to challenge Roman because they used to be partners these long many years ago. Long ago and oh so far away, I tagged up with you until I became a star. And so now, while Cody and Punk are going for the undisputed WWE Championship, Seth and Roman are going to dispute that and go for the World Championship. Isn't it funny how they have the undisputed title, Brian, in the same company, where these other two guys are disputing it constantly? Yeah. So Adam Pearce was in the ring to introduce Roman Reigns, and he did, in between the entrance and the milking and the singing. There's more milking going on here than the fucking 5 minutes later.
this thing started, we finally got Roman to say, "Acknowledge me." And then they chanted again, and then they played Seth's music, where they chanted and sang and milked. And Seth got in the ring and sat down and without saying a word signed the contract. And they did more singing and milking. And we were like almost 9 minutes into this segment before Seth actually started fucking speaking. And at that point he said it must be disheartening for Roman to hear the singing of his song drowning out the OTC chants, so then the crowd started doing it again. I guess as much as these people are paying to get in there, they should have a part on the show.
If Jay Valiant was around today, would the promo, would he just be standing around? Would he say something and then just stand there? There's so much just standing. I've seen so much of these guys just staring at each other.
Well, because they teach, oh, yes, here's the subtle ways, the body language and the movements and the expressions that you can exacerbate the pop, that you can milk the pop or the singing or the chanting, and you can leave it room where it'll start organically if you do this inorganically, blah, blah, blah. But it's led to 20-minute fucking segments that say as much as a 3-minute promo used to in the days when television time was valuable.
What's with all the hands?
I'm getting a hand from LegalZoom.
Why? There's so many smart influencers who give advice.
You need an LLC. LegalZoom helps you find the best way to start your business.
Really? For a legal hand to form your business, visit LegalZoom.
Are you looking for a beach read this summer? May I suggest your big wireless bill, where you realize you've been overpaying the entire time. Fortunately, though, mid-story is better. Every plan, $15 a month, even unlimited. That's it. Happy ending, 0 tears. Spoiler, it's only 1 page.
And so Seth's story was, well, there's 3 things certain: death, taxes, and I'm going to beat Roman Reigns every time. And I got to be honest with you, besides the fact that, first of all, Roman was saying that Seth bored everybody to death last week, and Seth is Roman Reigns' #1 hater, and then he started chanting, he's a hater. Who's the babyface? This was a really good, in a vacuum, heel promo by Roman Reigns where he just eviscerated verbally Seth Rollins and has that condescending, smarmy tone, just, you know, the fucking heelishness, whereas Seth is standing there trying to tell this dramatic story with a straight face and solemn expression of why that we should think that this is going to be a battle to the death, and they're so mad at each other. But I mean, Roman has just blistered him. You know, he signed the contract right after they started wooding Roman, first of all. And it must be a Texas thing. Because, he don't normally get wooded. Excuse me. But when Seth had signed, Roman signed, and Seth tries to leave, Roman says, well, no, what if you do win? What are you going to do? Carry it a couple of months and get hurt again? It's just self-sabotage with you. You can't handle the burden. And, you needed a money in the bank briefcase to get a title shot, and you need to needed to fake an injury to use it. They gave you all my stuff, and you still couldn't walk in my shoes, #2. Not truth. I mean, it's being basically finished without #1, so just acknowledge it, bitch. And the thing, these are the top baby faces. And one is a fucking asshole, and the other's a goddamn, he's got his panties in a wad. And then when Roman had what the fuck on that fucking manager match or something, my opponent pins me and I'm on the flat, and the guy's halfway back to the locker room, and I get the microphone and I breathe heavy. Have you had enough, or do you want some more? And the people go, oh, fuck you. This is like, is that all you got? And then he belittled himself. He said, I say all that stuff to myself. I'm like, what the fuck? You must be a hoot to hang around the house with. I mean, seriously, I say all that shit to myself. I'm a peon and I'm nothing, and I'll never. God damn it. Then he said he's revolutionary and, you know, all those things, and I'm glad I'm not you. And then he pickled fucking Roman Reigns and got some sloppy heat and started to leave, but went for the stomp. But Roman Superman punched him and went for the power bomb, but Seth hit him with the microphone and pedigreed him and stomped him. Everybody take it to the top, they gonna stomp it. Name that artist, Brian.
The Brothers Johnson.
Very good. And they didn't stomp all night. There was just the one stomp, and then they quit stomping.
It's balloon blowing
You
time.
like stomp? I mean, everyone focuses on Strawberry Letter. They don't focus on stomp so much. It's kind of after he got his hair cut and everything. What are your thoughts?
Strawberry Letter 23 was the first major chart hit, and still I think is a masterpiece of musical dexterity, and just wonderful, especially to listen to in the head with the cascading sabada. It was more ever present, possibly because that was the disco era, and they did. I have the disco single. But remember, Ain't We Funkin' Now?
I do.
That was the Brothers Johnson also, was it not?
I don't know that one.
Well, you got to get the album.
All right, please.
You know, it was the title was Strawberry Letter 23, but in the song, the lyrics is Strawberry Letter 22.
Right. The song is Strawberry Letter 23.
Yes.
It was written by Shuggy Otis.
Well, poor old Shuggy. How's he doing these days?
All right. Where are we? What are we? How are we?
We're done with Raw there, I think. Yeah, that was all of Raw.
Today, we're making the GPT 5.6 series of models generally available. Across the family, GPT 5.6 delivers more intelligence per token and is better at staying on track, even with ambiguous prompts. Let's take a look at what it can do. I used GPT 5.6 in Codex to build a brand new card game from a short, intentionally open prompt. Something I actually want to play. The model designed the core game mechanics, created the artwork, and shipped a working first version. But I had an idea for an even better version, so I asked it to keep going. Add levels, enhance the game mechanics, customize the artwork, and create a soundtrack. I love how thorough the model is. I didn't have to worry about designing every screen, defining every interaction, or managing a stack of tickets. What I found really cool with GPT 5.6 is programmatic tool calling. When building the game, the model was able to call tools from a sandbox and avoid a lot of back and forth working. If you're using the model in Codex, GPT 5.6 is better at delegating work to sub-agents. Previous models could have access to that capability, but GPT is trained to decide for itself when delegation is useful. With our game, the model uses sub-agents to break the work up and finish it in parallel, like art and sound design. If you're using GPT 5.6 in the API, we have a flagship model for ambitious agentic work. A balanced model and our fast, affordable model tasks. This game is just one of the many.
Go dance and you stand up motherfucking comedian. You know why I've been doing this all my life, really, because sometimes when I get on stage, I just take it back to the delicatessen where I grew up in Jersey. And that's what you did. You went on town, everybody was fucking funny, so when you had the opportunity to talk, what came out of your fucking mouth better be gold. I started out in the cafeteria. Ticket sales aside, if you did not know anything about the ticket sales, what would you think about the bill this SummerSlam?
I'm perplexed that there's no level of urgency to any of this. It's big names in matches that they have really just walked out and challenged each other to. I'm sure that the powers that be up there think that they've done enough with the booking up till now that all of these people are over and they have their reasons for having these matches, and there's no urgency to it. Like I said, I would love to have seen Green take offense at something that Punk said in innocence, if you will, and he twisted the words, whatever, and we got a goddamn dogfight between two big stars that ought to be friends, but they've had a falling out, and that takes more than a week and a half to set up. They should have done the thing with Sammy a month or two ago. Then they'd have had time to do some things. And the way those two guys can talk, that'd be great. And Brock, I understand it, obviously, but because a lot of people on Twitter were like, well, you didn't understand, you of all people, that he's more mad at Brock than he is wanting the world title. It didn't need to be mutually exclusive, especially when these guys just come out and challenge each other and make matches when nobody actually approves them till after the fact. He could have said, okay, I'm going to take my title match at SummerSlam, and in Saturday night's main event, I want to get the shit out of Brock Lesnar. It's just the broad logic that they don't fill all the holes in. They've been promoting the guy that won the King of the Ring was going to fight for the title, and then they just... It's great. Brock and Lesnar is probably a bigger money match than anything else, but then where does that leave the title match? They have to go through this other thing that you didn't think you were going to see and make you want to see that within a few weeks' time. Brian, do you see that what I'm saying is that maybe they just started weaving this tapestry a little bit too late?
In a lot of ways, for a company that's making so much money, they seem lost right now. Especially creatively. They have big stars. I'm not taking away from that, but the way they're being used, it's kind of like they're just trying to stay above water. You know, they're almost looking like they just want to float by, not make people really interested or anything.
Well, you know what else floats? A fucking corpse. But that's if they have big name stars in main event matches, marquee value matches, where they've just come out and said, okay, it's time we have this match. All right, well, win. Literally, say win, okay. The biggest match of the fucking summer that's taken years in the making. Rhodes and Punk. And yes, it's for the title that one lost to someone else and feels is rightfully his, and the other guy's like, well, come and take it. That's basic wrestling. And that's the basic idea. That's about as basic as you can get for the big main event of the big show of the fucking summer.
Well, the heat is on. And we'll see what happens in Minneapolis. Right now, it looks like a ticket sale disaster, but that is the build to SummerSlam.
The path to a college degree is more affordable than you think. With Sophia Learning, you can take real college-level courses that are designed to transfer fully online for just $99 a month. Start your free trial, no credit card required. Sophia Learning, built for you.
Is your baby ready to transition to dairy milk? Here are a few tips that helped us. Thanks to Horizon Organic Growing Years for sponsoring this video. First, you'll want to start with the right milk. When I heard Horizon Organic Growing Years, pediatricians, that got my attention. It has key nutrients like GMO. This is a super easy choice for our family and our moms. Next up, high fiber fruits and veggies like pears, prunes, and sweet potatoes can help your baby's tummy feel more comfortable during the transition. Lastly, I recommend keeping the transition gentle. Start by swapping out less emotional feeds first, like in the middle of the day, and save those bedtime bottles for later. This stage doesn't have to feel rushed. Going gently and feeling confident in your milk choice, like we did with Horizon Organic Growing Years, can make all the difference.
Hey, can I play you a little bit of audio?
Yes.
If you don't mind. mind if you're one of those people that can listen to your own work and we get you to critique your own work. Here's you changing the face of TNA wrestling as it is on YouTube. Let's go to this.
I want to thank you for your indulgence, and ladies and gentlemen of TNA, I want to thank you for your attendance in this first ever public company meeting. The results of my meeting, my deliberations, and my decisions are on this agenda, and we're going to get to it right now in public. First, LAX, you have been doing a work stoppage because of this immigration reform issue, because you feel that you're the victim of discrimination. Well, I got news for you. In TNA, a work stoppage means a check stoppage. LAX will be returning to the ring. If you don't like that decision, I understand Jiffy Lube continues to be hiring.
Well, I love it. Get it back out there. Now, let's stop it for a second. While you're doing this, Conan is actually on the headset, I guess, for the Spanish commentary.
Yes.
And then Hernandez and everyone is around him while this is happening, and all the fans are sitting around him who are just booing at this. But let's go back to this.
And also when I said, what did I say when the fan yelled out of nowhere, yes, or whatever? That was funny. But also I had the agenda on my clipboard there because remember, I showed up, I watched 4 of their TV shows, and I have to make like 5 major announcements. I said, can I write this shit down? So I didn't have a script, but I had like number 1, announce LAX, no work stoppage. Number 2, whatever the fuck, so I remembered my topics.
All right, let's go back to this. The work stoppage ends right now.
Number 2, Scott Demore, Team Canada. Oh, Butterball. Yeah, you. All of you are under individual contracts, but from now on, as far as I'm concerned, Team Canada disbanded. America's most wanted.
Well, let me stop there for a second. The fans are going crazy at this. Demore obviously comically falls down holding his neck. And,
Yeah. But they'd gone as far as they wanted to go with Team Canada. They wanted to re-rack and do something different with some of the people in it, so they disbanded.
Yeah, young Bobby Roode, hadn't seen this in a while. Let's go back to Jim Cornette and TNA.
America's Most Wanted has demanded a rematch for the Tag Team Championship. So I tell you what, far be it from me to stop somebody that wants to fight from fighting. So therefore, at the July pay-per-view event, Victory Road,
Lucas, motherfucker.
we're going to have a rematch, but with a twist. It's going to be a 6-person tag. It's going to be America's Most Wanted and Gail Kim against AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, and that big Amazon-looking woman that you found.
Local tax experts. Oh, God damn it. Well, let me stop it there, Jim, as it goes to commercial here, but...
Who was that big Amazon woman they found?
I don't know, because Christian Cage was standing in between them, so I don't know if you were talking about him or if it was an actual
I can't remember. I mean, we might go further in the notes, but they found a big Amazon woman. My God. I'm trying to think, was that? No. That was too early for Rock-a-Con.
No, I don't think it was.
No, it wasn't her. I'm trying to say who the...
Lose up to 20% of your body weight, starting at just $149 a month. For the first time ever, get the FDA-approved Wegovy pill or pen through HIMS. No insurance needed. Get prescribed, HIMS connects you to a licensed provider to develop a personalized plan. Plus, ongoing support from your care team. This is the new era of weight loss with Wegovy and HIMS. Start today at HIMS.com.
It may look like a TV, but no. This is the APOS F3 Max Adventure E-Bike. This bad boy has a 500-pound payload capacity, 85-mile range, they claim, with an 1,800-watt motor. And I'm going to put this together and show you how the 3 Sailors It's a pretty heavy blade when it ships to you. This is the F3. It's black. How much does it weigh? It's shown in kilograms. It's saying it's 44 kilograms. So let's see, what is that in pounds? That would be 97 pounds.
I'm trying to say who the... Well, nevertheless, keep going.
And the tag team titles are going to be on the line, gentlemen. Just remember that. Victory Road.
Now let me just also say that you're announcing this, but this isn't your booking. You didn't say this.
No, this I'm just, I'm not producing at this point. I just showed up to, I'm still on crutches I tore my knee and had the third degree honor. And so I'm still hobbling around on crutches at this point, but I'm stating the information as best I can.
Number 4. Let's see. Oh, I can't find him, Earl Hebner. Raise your hand. You're so short, I can't find you. Where are you? He's over here, Sam. He's over here, right here. In the ring. Larry Zbyszko in the ring. Jeff Jarrett in the ring.
All right. I've got sweat in my eyes by this point. It's 150 degrees in there. I can't see my fucking notes. I can't see fucking Hebner. Where are you? God damn it. Wave your hand. No, just go ahead.
Went down at Slammiversary. Now we're going to address what went down at the King of the Mountain match. All the chaos, all the collusion, and all the controversy comes to a head right here and right now. I don't remember.
And by the way, you do recognize that is what fans wanted. Fans wanted you to put Jeff Jarrett in his place. That is what fans wanted.
That's what he wanted me to do also. That's the idea of the thing, is they've got to have, because Larry Zbyszko had been the authority figure, and he was kind of on the take and heelish. They felt that the fans were losing faith in the promotion, and Jeff needed somebody to stand up for the cause of right and justice for the promotion so he could be a heel.
We were asking for Scott Steiner, but Scott, come on in. I got something for you too. Earl Hebner, how long have we been friends? What, 20 years? 20 years. Good long years. Good long years. And I've always thought that referees should command respect and their word should be law. Do you agree with that? Exactly. You're exactly right. You got your hand in some bucket, Earl Hebner. So I want you to take a message back to the rest of the referees in the locker room as of what you did at Slammiversary. Because of that, you're fired. Oh! You're the twin. You say we were friends for 20 years. Get out of my ring. Get out of my building. Pick up your check and hit the bricks. Security, take it out. Eric Young is safe. Get out of here,
All right, let's stop it there because we don't get too many on-mic Earl Hebner performances.
20 good long years.
20 good long years. Yeah.
He thought he was home free. Well, because he'd been the crooked referee. He'd been on the tape. So we had to get him out into blah, blah, blah. And that was another way, again, to show my authority and to tell the fans we're doing something about the runaway, rampant corruption that's been going on out here. Because it's like coming back from doing too many run-ins. Well, then theoretically, the deal is we're going to stop this, the bad taste from people doing too much outside the authority of the company.
Well, the other thing, too, is this was in the midst of that era where there was just nonstop heel general managers or heel commissioners or Mr. McMahon running things. So you never really got to see, even though you're kind of just being a down-the-middle executive here, you're a babyface in a lot of ways because of what you're saying and what you're doing. You never got to see. Listen to the pops you're getting from that TNA crap for all these things you're doing. You never got to see that.
That's what Dutch had wanted. Dutch, he would have been the wrestling czar, but he said, he agreed, like I agreed, that the promotion has to be baby faces, and that if everybody who works for the promotion is in on the shit, then the heels can't. If he brought somebody in to maintain some righteous order, then when somebody gets away with something, well, we've done all we could, and he still fucking tricked us. That type of thing. It's just subliminal, but it's psychology.
Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes and we'll spot you up to $200. Apply now.
$200.
Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes and we'll one-time checking account in 2 minutes and will spot you up to $200. Apply now.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that we're creating. Smart Nutrition app drafts the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompts directly in Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure, and here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful, so I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
You're crooked, you're on the take, and I want you out of here. Adios. I'm sick of hearing about Montreal, and I'm not letting you go any further. TNA security in the ring, and now escorting Earl Hebner out of the impact zone. Okay. Larry, you call yourself a member of the championship committee? I've researched your contract. And I found out one very important thing. You're a smart man. I've known that for a long time. You're a smart businessman. If I fire you, I gotta pay you. TNA has to pay you for the rest of the term of your contract. But if you breach your contract, if you fail to perform any task that you're requested to perform adequately, then you're done. No money. Well, that's not gonna happen.
Well, let's stop it for a second. What's not going to happen, man? Working with Larry Zabisco on camera.
Larry Zabisco was fucking fun to work with. Just he was always coming in with a story or a wisecrack. He lived down there. And I guess, I don't know.
Okay, hoes. Listen here, you hoes. Guacamole. But, 250 push-ups, 5-pound weight vest. A minute. 56-second plank. Over 200 overheads. 13.5-mile bike ride. About 7,899 steps. 60 of those lifty lifts. I hope everyone has a beautiful day. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be at the Cheesy account.